divine hymn, and which had swift places with that of Christ, it was solemnly transferred to the sanctuary of the Protaton Church. There, it was enthroned upon a special bishop's seat within the sanctuary in honor of the Virgin Mary, who is the protectress of the Holy Mountain. The icon received the name Axion Estin in eternal remembrance of the miraculous appearance of the archangel. The cell was also renamed Axion Estin, and the entire surrounding hollow, when the miracle occurred, came to be known as Abbey, from the ancient Greek verb ardo, meaning to sing or chant. From that time forth, the Protaton Church and the cell have been joined in sacred bonds of reverence and friendship, united by the common miracle, the water-walking icon of the Theotokos Axion Estin. This icon has resided within the sanctuary of Protaton for more than 1,000 years, inspiring generation upon generation of monks with the account of the wondrous angelic visitation. The enthronement of the icon is traditionally dated to the year 982, the very year the miracle took place. This date is attested by the Latin Benedictine Amalfitan, who composed the first service, liturgical office, in honor of Axion Estin in the mid-19th century. According to the hagiographic account, the miracle happened during the reign of the Iberian brothers Constantine and Belgium, and under the patriarchate of Nicholas Chrysopheles at the close of the 10th century. Although Benedict's source remains unknown, subsequent scholarly research has vindicated his claims. The earliest known mention of the Axion Estin hymn appears in an Horologion. Horologion is a book that we use for our services. In an Horologion of the Church, that is a liturgical manuscript preserved in Venice, dating from the 20th century. And you see a photo. Thus, the placement of the icon within the sanctuary most likely occurred at that time. The Axion Estin icon is mentioned again during the visit of St. Saba of Serbia, the Protaton Church, approximately a century and a half later. Philoumenos, his first biographer, notes that after returning from the Holy Land, around the year 1224, St. Saba made pilgrimage to the Protaton, where he venerated the icon of the Theotokos, the protectress of Careers. The veneration of the Theotokos holds a central place in the spiritual life of Mount Athos. She is honored daily by the monks through paraclise services in the regular cycle of liturgical worship and in private prayer. Each monastery possesses, in Greek, its own ephestria, its protective icon of the Virgin, which is revered with particular devotion. Every Easter Monday, in accordance with long-standing Athos tradition, the monasteries solemnly bring forth their sacred icons and holy relics in a grand procession, in which all monks and visitors participate with deep reverence. The ancient administrative center of Mount Athos, Careers, is no exception. There, with great solemnity, the icon of the Axion Estin Virgin is carried in a distinguished litany. Following the resurrection of divine liturgy on Easter Monday, the faithful and the monks of Careers exit the church holding banners and flags. The priest monks carry the sacred icons, holy relics, and the gospel book. With joyful voices, they sing, "Christ is risen," as the procession begins, a litany that lasts many hours until late afternoon. After completing a wide circuit around the area, the procession returns once again to the Protaton Church, where the Vespers is celebrated. Throughout the entire route, the Kondakia and hymns that accompany the icon focus on the Virgin's providential care for humanity, her purity, and the miracle that happened in the humble cell of Axion Estin. The procession circles the perimeter of Kalies, pausing at the Konarkia or the representative houses of the monasteries, and at cells notable for their age or historical significance. At each station, the gospel reading corresponding to the patron saint of that cell is proclaimed, and before departing, all are offered the customary afternight hospitality, eggs, cheese, and wine. With patience and devotion, monks and pilgrims alike wait for the blessing of bearing the miraculous icon for a brief time. A pivotal moment in the day is marked by the chanting of the Axion Estin hymn, sung just before Holy Communion. Receiving honors befitting a head of state, since the Virgin is regarded as the guardian of her daughter, armed guards ceremonially enter the Protestant church with unloaded weapons. At the same command, at the designated command, they stand in formal salute in front of the icon with the topos as the much beloved hymn resounds, accompanied by the pealing of bells in festive jubilation. This striking detail of the day is not widely known, and thus we deem it worthy of mention. We do not know precisely when the tradition of the Easter week litany of icons and relics began. The Typikon, or customary guide for the procession, mentions a stop at the monastery of Philoumenos, which by the late 14th century had been reduced to the status of a cell. It may be reasonably estimated that by circa 1350, the litany had already become a well-established institution in Afghan life. The Typikon of the litany also records a miracle that cannot go unmentioned. It concerns Patriarch Niphon, who served as a patriarch during the late 15th century. Given that the Typikon was composed in that very period, it becomes clear that this manuscript does not merely preserve an hagiographical narrow event of uncertain date, but rather recounts a real and contemporary event. In the late 15th century, specifically in 1488, the account records a great incident involving the monks of the Sergey Shumylo, a dependency of the Axion monastery. Under the demonic influence, as the narrative says, they failed to come out to greet the miraculous icon during the procession, nor did they offer any hospitality to the monks taking part in it. In doing so, they rejected not only the procession, but also a sacred tradition centuries old. That very night, a fierce storm of rain and hail descended upon the Axion. Overwhelmed by the divine atmosphere with fear, the monks fell to their knees, crying out, Lord, Lord, have mercy, until they were overtaken by sleep. At dawn, upon waking, they beheld the evidence of divine judgment. Their gardens, vegetable beds, and bountiful vineyards were utterly destroyed. Strikingly, this devastation afflicted only their self. Neighboring cells remained untouched. It must be noted that this calamity should not be viewed as a punishment, but rather as a form of divine correction, pedria, meant for the spiritual benefit of these monks and the Afghan community as a whole. For the veneration of the Theotokos is not mere ritualism, but it holds scientific power. It is vital and essential to the spiritual struggle of the monastic life. This is why at every liturgy of Holy Mountain and throughout the Orthodox world, we say, Most Holy Theotokos, save us. Continuing with the narrative. Upon realizing that only their garden had been affected, the monks immediately recognized the fault. They went to the Axion monastery, where the most holy patriarch Niphon was then decided. There they recounted all that had transpired the night before. The patriarch, deeply grieved by disobedience and seeking to offer correction, spoke to them by recalling an episode from the life of Saint Theodosius the Xenoviar. It's from the Greek words keynote, common life, communal monastic life. So called because he organized the first structured model of communal monastic life in Palestine. If the disciples of Theodosius the Xenoviar, said Patriarch Niphon, once caused the loss of the monastery's entire wheat harvest by disobeying by the single word of the elder, how much greater is your sin, brothers, in transgressing a tradition upheld by so many holy fathers? As a penance, said Niphon, he started to offer Abrahamic hospitality to the faithful at the following year's litany, providing food and wine as a service from the monastery. And so the monks did as they were told. In the presence of all, they fell prostrate to the ground, confessed their transgression, and thus received forgiveness. A similar incident is recounted concerning the monastery of Kudimousiou. For various reasons, the monks there once acted inhospitably towards the icon's possession and refused to open the gates of the monastery. On that very day, a terrible storm struck the newly built walls of the monastery and its small harbor. Since then, this miracle is recalled at every litany. And now the abbot himself, along with the monastery's representatives, personally greets the holy icon at the gates, offering traditional monastic hospitality to the weary pilgrims. These accounts have been included here to demonstrate how deeply the sacred traditions are revered by the monastic Republic fathers. Naturally, as the place of the angelic manifestation, the cell of Axion Estin also preserves its own traditions. Though it is by the humble cell and not the monastery, it too commemorated the miracle in its own informal manner. The most important of these traditions was the Divine Liturgy, which the fathers of the cell began to celebrate early on in the area, as we said before, known as Savi, in our area, from the ancient Ado, meaning to sing or to chant, as we may recall. This is confirmed by Saint Nicodemus of Mount Athos, who in the Vissarion entry for Axion Estin writes that from the time of the miracle onward, the fathers celebrated the divine liturgy at the said cell. This liturgy, though initially celebrated informally at the cell, was first officially recorded in the Printed Minea of Venice in 1568 under the title The Synaxis, the Gathering of the Fathers of the Archangel Gabriel, celebrating Archangel Gabriel at Ardi in the area. From that point onward, yes, the miracle began to be officially commemorated in the liturgy in the Church of Protophon, the central ecclesiastical body of the Holy Mountain, which had awaited the formal liturgical recognition of the feast. More detail about this you can find in our official historical account available on our website. We may thus begin to grasp the profound influence this humble cell had upon the liturgical and spiritual life of Mount Athos. It was a cell that gave to the Holy Mountain its most treasured and water-walking icon, the Panagia Axion Estin, the protectress of Athos. Through tradition, the cell said the way the miracle is celebrated in Kalies, in a manner that had, in fact, begun centuries earlier, right here at the cell. It also enriched the divine liturgy and the entire cycle of liturgical worship, with the most heartfelt hymn to the Theotokos chanted immediately after the consecration of the holy gifts at the very pinnacle of the Eucharistic celebration. One can thus understand why the cell was so beloved within Afghan tradition, so much so that, according to accounts, It was once surrounded by some 50 huts inhabited by monks from all over the world, each wishing to dwell near the site where this angelic hymn had first been revealed. An incident research from the early 20th century powerfully illustrates both the cells' multicultural reach and enduring popularity among the monastic brotherhood. At that time, shortly after the First World War, the editor of the cell was Philoumenos, a spiritual father of great discernment and foresight, originally from Catholic Republic. It's a village near the borders between Greece and Bulgaria. After Pascha, during the divine leadership of the Feast of Pentecost, monks from all over the world stood at the choir stalls. Romanians, Bulgarians, Russians, and of course Greeks. That day, each chanted in his own language. At the end of the liturgy, filled with joy, Philoumenos stood before the Holy Cross and exclaimed, "Today we experience a day like Pentecost. Just as on the day of Pentecost, each person spoke in his own tongue, yet was understood in his own language, yet was understood by all, so too in this liturgy. Through each chanted in his own language, the meaning of the hymns was one and the same, understood by all, for they were spoken in the one true language, this of divine worship." This love for the cell and for the miracle of Axion Estin continues to this day. The cell remains a place of pilgrimage for faithful from Serbia, Romania, England, and every corner of the earth. This devotion is beautifully captured in the Politikion, this mystical hymn of the Axion Estin, which proclaims, "Gather together, all ye fathers, faithfully celebrating with joy and gladness today. For wondrously, the Mother of God is praised by the angel. Therefore, we glorify her forever as the Theotokos." With these words, I would like to thank you all for your patience and for the invitation to speak at this conference among so many dear friends. May our Lord Holy Deity cover the whole world with her protection, and each of you individually. Amen.
Philoumenos, thank you so much for this illuminating talk.
Thank you.
And it's so exciting that you are addressing us actually from the cell of Axion Estin this morning. It's wonderful what technology can do for us.
Yes, of course.
We still have a little time for questions. So if anyone would like to address questions to Father Philoumenos, please raise your hand. We have a travelling mic here.
Yes, Father, if you could stop presenting, please.
Oh.
So we can see you in full screen.
Stop sharing, okay?
Stop presenting for yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Father, a year ago, in May, I was at Axion Estin, and one of your colleagues showed us the door which the angel delivering the holy icon knocked on. It's a sort of blue door, I think.
I didn't hear you well, sorry. Can someone raise the volume of the microphone?
Graham, could you repeat the question through the microphone, please?
Okay, go.
Yes,
just repeat the question.
You were shown a door, and what about
the door that the additional Archangel Gabriel entered when he chanted the Axion for the first time. This is what you mean?
That was it, wasn't it?
The door.
And I was surprised. I'm surprised that it had not yet been restored.
We were
So there's
surprised
the
that it wasn't
resemblance
yet
of a lot of
restored.
restoration, but not the door.
Has the door now been
It was
restored?
very good question. It's a priority for us, but not now, because if we want to restore the door, we need to restore the whole room,
Okay.
the whole area. We cannot make something there perfectly made and the other building look like as it should be. If we restore the door, we must restore everything. This is something that we want to do, but in its own time.
Thank you.
Well,
More questions? More questions?
Does anybody have any more questions?
Well, if there are no more questions, it's just about time for lunch, so we could break now. And please note that we'll resume at 1:30 in just an hour's time for the AGM. Guests are, of course, welcome to attend the AGM, but please don't vote for our own votes. But thank you. Let us once again thank Father Philoumenos for
thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much.
What is it, 34th
Yeah.
annual
No,
general meeting?
it Hello again, everyone. I just wanted to revert back to something that I forgot to mention in my report, which is that on September 12th we are co-hosting an event in Thessaloniki in conjunction with Axion Estin, which is the Mount Athos Centre of Thessaloniki, and this conference and exhibition will feature the physical landscape of the Holy Mountain. So it will be specifically about the animals that live there, the trees that grow there, and so on. So it's a kind of a different event, and it's obviously inspired by our path clearing adventures from the last 25 years. So if any of you can be in Thessaloniki on September 12th, we would love to see you there. Graham mentioned earlier that we are an organisation. Sorry, I'm trying to avoid the other microphones because they make me sound weird.
Great, Chris. I think these are loud enough. These are much better.
So Graham mentioned earlier on we're an organisation of friends. It's always a good thing to be reminded of that and to be reminded of why events like these are so important. And I just wanted to talk about two of my friends, if it's okay. One is I want to thank Father Philoumenos from earlier on because he felt really unwell yesterday, obviously to the extent that he couldn't travel, but he made sure he got home on the Holy Mountain last night, woke up early this morning and was very determined that he would give his talk. And he probably wasn't feeling as well as he tried to pretend he was, but there I was incredibly impressed with his fortitude and his dedication and his knowledge. So I'm proud to have him as a friend. Second person that I'm proud to have as a friend is Father Vissarion, because what he has endured is not only a shortish flight from Thessaloniki, but a 4.5-hour journey around the M25 yesterday, which I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. So I'm absolutely delighted he's here, and he will talk to us about the more recent history of the cell and the time frame in which we have played a very, very small role in getting it to where it is today. It's my great pleasure to introduce Father Vissarion.
I like very much the introduction about friends, because we are a group of friends in Mount Athos. I mean, we're a group of friends that repentance is uniting us. If we were out in the world, there was no way we would be together. Because I'm not the same as Father Philoumenos, I'm not the same as Father. We have different views, different lives, different lifestyles. I mean, could never be together unless we had repentance that unite.
Could you direct your voice at the microphone?
This one. Okay. Can you hear me now? Oh, this one? This one? This one? Okay. I'll go one. Give me one. Okay. I'll go. Can you hear me now? Loud and clear? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a group of friends that have gone up to Mount Athos and try to make a living there and try to, in the cell of Axion Estin, try to revive it. This is the previous icon was, everybody knows is Axion Estin. This is the one that now is in the temple of Axion Estin. It's miraculous, like the other one, not like the other one, but it's also miraculous. You have seen these pictures before. We're working separately with Father Philoumenos, These are the various pictures from Axion Estin from the past. You see how it was. I have a gravure of engraving of the 19th century. You see how the cell was at the time. This is the workers' house. This is what we are trying to build, the new building. This is the old building, and this is the church. I have a picture of fathers with the workers' house, the one that we have, with your help, we have managed to complete in the background. So I'm going to show you a lot of pictures of what we have done up to now. I will speak, but I will try to make more emphasis on pictures. So this is a picture we found, a photo we found from 2007. The way we went up to Axion Estin, one day we had a friend in Mount Athos. He was working there, and he went to the elder of Patokrator, Moni Patokratos, the monastery of Patokrator, and he told him that I have some friends out in the world that are thinking about something about Mount Athos. And the elder said, why don't they come and go to Axion Estin? Just like that, which was a surprise. Of course, Axion Estin was ruined, we'll see later on. That's how it all started. I mean, some friends went together, we went to see the cell, we went to see the elder of Patokratos, we went to see the elder of Xenophotos. They all approved us, and that's how it all started. So we had to go there and see what was about. I mean, what we were going to hopefully live in, where we're going to live in. This is the location. It's just below. This is St. Andrew Skid. So this is how Axion Estin was located. This place is Kapsala. Kapsala is a monastic area, just in the back of St. Andrew Skid. So we started going down. We started from St. Andrew's Skid. This is the way we started going down. And Axion Estin appeared somewhere in the forest. This is a closer look at the cell. So we went down. There is a valley. The Adin sings, chanting from Adin is a translation, this great word. So we went down the valley, we found this bridge, a small bridge, and then we started going up. There is a small wall there with an icon of Virgin Mary, of our Mother, Theotokos. Further up, and then we found the gate. It's an old gate, it does not exist anymore, it fell apart, just like most part of the cell, main parts of the cell. So we went closer, and Axion Estin is there in the back. Before going there, the fathers, Axion Estin was very famous at the 19th century. A group of Philoumenos told you about a group of monks from Macedonia, both Greek and Bulgarian speaking, went to the cell. But at the beginning of the 19th century, we have a lot of Zelos monks. You know what Zelo means? They've separated. They say that we are in Greek it's Γνήσιο, we are the authentic Orthodox. They have, unfortunately, they have separated from the church, so they've created their own church. So one of them, I mean, this is why Axion Estin was, it's thought they left, the monks left. We had the Second World War, we had Bulgarians taking the wrong side of history. So it was left with one zealous monk all alone. And once a year, the fathers from Patokratos used to go there, and they cleaned the jungle and had the feast. the 11th, as Philoumenos told you, the 11th of June with our picture, with it's 24th with yours. So it was more like it's abandoned. At the time we went there, it was abandoned. A monk from a nearby cell had left his phone on the door. You should call him when he was available to open you the cell and go and visit it. These are the ruins of a blacksmith shop inside the cell. At the left of the cell, there was a blacksmith shop, but which is not it's sort of workshop. They also had an old olive mill. You can see here the ruins of the press. I could not find a better picture. I spent the day in my archives, the old pictures, trying to collect them and find pictures for this presentation. And this is the cell. This is the cell. This is what we faced. This is the old cell. Here on the left, there was an old furnace. Does not exist anymore. Fall apart. And this is what we see from the cell. Going back, this is the workers' house. This is the workers' house. This is what we found. You cannot see anything. And the right is the remains of the various workshops. I found another picture from we had some taken from a drone. You can see it from up. How it was later. It was not that period of time. It was much later. This picture taken. You can see here the workers' house. This is the main building. This is the main building of Axion Estin. Here is the church. Okay, and here is those workshops. Okay, and here in the back we have the first photovoltaic cells that we did. So this is how from Axion Estin how it looked. Apostle Andrew's kit. Here we have a better picture, much more clear. So it's down. Axion Estin is down in a valley. Everything else is up. So you are in the middle of the valley. This is another cell, Barbara cell. This is where we get our water. There's a fountain there, and all Kapsala area takes the water from this cell. This one. So we have to sleep somewhere. So you can see here we picked up some tables. We put some blankets on top, and that's where the first night. And yeah, you see. You see all the ruins, you see the roof. We just cleaned a little bit of the floor because the rats, whatever you can imagine. This is the first transportation media. We used, it's a news, it's, news. Yeah, we used them to carry our stuff because there was no road. We had to go through this, all the path that I show you, we had to go through that path with the mules and to transport all the goods we needed. Thanks God I had this tractor which I brought to Mount Athos, and it was our first. Also we used it instead of mules because mules were not our own. We had to lend them. So we had this, and we was carrying things going down this steep road to carry things. Here is an old picture of mine. I was driving the tractor. You can see here's the cliff. If I had gone a few further down, I would not be here today talking to you. It was the turn. As you go up, you have to turn to the right. So here I had to go back and forth a few times to get the right. Thanks God, everything went fine. This is what we found inside. These are some pictures from the kitchen. God let's pick the kitchen. You see how it was. And the cells, everything was falling apart. So what we had to do is, so we have, as I told you, we are some friends, some just like you, a group of friends. We have other friends that are not monks, they have their families, so they came to help us here. We have somebody who's doing some plaster, with the plaster on the walls and paint, etc. So they have, this is a picture from the church. This is the church after we have managed to, it's not something fantastic, but it's it's viable. I mean, now you can, it's acceptable. And this is another picture from the church. This is one of the icons of Axion Estin all around the miracle. And this is an old picture of the altar. So everything looks much better. This is the kitchen after the initial restoration. So we started making viable. We could live there. We've made the Académie, the common room. We also tried to make it better. See, it's much better now. And here is for those of you who have been to Apostle Andrew's skit, if you remember Father Frank, you know, he came because we didn't speak about the stone where the archangel engraved the Axion Estin was sent to Constantinople, and in the Crusades, the Third Crusade in 1204, the Crusaders took the stone with them in Vaticanon, and according to the tradition, they say that some pieces are still in the warehouses of Vaticanon. So Elder Ephraim came down to us with a copy of this stone with all those people from Skit, and he gave it to us as a present for being us there. We used plaster. Andrew? Plaster wall.
Plaster board.
Plaster?
Board.
Board. Plaster boards, yes, correct. We use plaster boards for the ceilings and the walls to, not to renovate it, but just to keep some distance from what's happening. Because on top of that, we had rats, we had bats, whatever. So. And you see Father Lucianos here, a very old picture from this. This was going to be the garden. It was clean. It was much worse than that. We jumped at the beginning, but okay, now we started cultivating. Okay, so we managed to have some rooms to stay in. We have to have a church. We managed to work somehow. We had a kitchen. And we built the basic infrastructures, electricity for the photovoltaic cells. As you know, in Mount Athos we have no electricity, no central electricity. Batteries, inverters, a generator when it was not shining. Water, cold, what do you say, our first bathrooms and a cesspool. Also, we managed, with the help of the monastery, to open a road so we could have cars going to the cell, so avoid going down using the tractor, which was very dangerous. And as the winter was coming, we had the first miracle, because our incomes, our own income at the beginning was my pension, nothing else. All of us were living with my pension. So one day the elder of a nearby cell gave us money, Russian. He gave him some money, saying to him that go find this poor cell and give it to them. So he came to us and he gave the money, and we managed to build our first central heating system. It was a wood burner, some piping and radiator, so we could make it through the winter. But the building was in very bad conditions. I mean, these are the bells from when we went there. This is what happened one day. The bells went down, and the world fell apart, because it's, the building, when you leave a building without restoring it for so many years, it was 50, 60 years, 70 years, it was left alone, so it was dangerous. The roof. These are pictures from the roof. See how it is. All this, I mean, the main, the big ones, the ones that support the roof, they were in good condition. I mean, they had no problem. But the small wood, it was rotten. it will be 150 years old and 3 centimeters thickness, so it's dead. So you see here, it is just standing.
Gaps.
Yeah, gaps, and it was just standing by the weight without falling. So it was very bad condition. Also, the false ceiling had built could not support partial fall of the roof because at any time that could fall, and of course people living underneath could have problems. So we try to raise money. I mean, to help to construct something. So we try to visit various rich people for donations. They who were helping others in other cases. There was no way to collect money or support from anybody. So after extensive prayers from our elders, we realized that our mother's will was herself to be built by small anonymous donations. So this was something that is. I also went to some occasions to ask for money. They were, take 50 euros and you get lost. So this is the feeling that I had. But all of a sudden things changed. I mean, really it was something. I mean, the elder says, because I had I'm an engineer, but I'm not. I started building things in Mount Athos. I was not building things before. One day the elder said, I mean, how much do we need to start with the workers' house? I told him, with 30,000 we could do something. He said, okay, sir, we'll start. We'll find out. And from that day on, things changed. So we met friends of Mount Athos in England, who have now friends of Mount Athos in USA. There are the friends of Mount Athos in Germany, which helped for a while. We have a lot of money coming from Cyprus, from the Church of Cyprus. One of the monks I don't have met Father Vissarion. He's going to churches in Cyprus, and he's begging for money. And thanks God, he collects every time he goes to a church. People are giving him money because, as I will tell some of you, the icon of Axion Estin is a copy of the original icon of Kykos in Cyprus. This was the painting that was painted by Apostle Luke from order from Virgin Mary, and she was praying on that icon. So it's a copy. Axion Estin is a copy of the original because Kykos painting Christ is on the right, Eleusa, the same is Axion Estin. So they feel, the Cypriots feel that we have things in common. So they're helping us, thanks God, they're helping us. And we have some Cypriots monks also, we have Barnabas, we have Isidorus. So we decided to build the workers' house in order to move the fathers from the old building. This is what we decided to build. Does not look like a building, but yeah. So this is what the situation with the workers' house was at the beginning. From outside and from inside, all the ruins. So we started demolition. This is Father Gianos here. We started throwing things down. It's another picture. So we managed to clean. We also hired a tractor to clear the land, the place. It's another picture. It has a water cleaner. It sends water with a lot of pressure in the wall and cleans all unstable material from the stone. So we clean the walls. I made the first part plumbing, and we had 2 Albanians that was helping us at the time, and they are still there helping us. And we strengthened the stone walls before putting concrete in. We put the reinforcing steel mesh. Correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew. You like it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And we started mixing concrete, you see. It was the two Albanians, we have Father Kianos, we have Father Varnavas. Here I found two pictures of Father Varnavas and another friend of ours, Dimitris, who helped us transporting the concrete and put it on the floor. And the application. We had to put also cement on the side walls, so we had to support the woods there, and then fill it up and start. You see here, we've started the first walls. We kept part of it, which was very difficult. It was much easier to start from scratch. We had to keep some old walls and put some additions and try to. And this is where we got. This is the end of the ground floor, and we've completed all the walls and support beams for the upper floor. All this we've done on our own with two Albanians. And we started preparing for the upper floor. Of what you will see at the end is the workers' house. I put a floor to work on. Start building the upper floor, and it's completed here in that picture. We constructed the skeleton. We hired some workers in order to do the roof. We constructed the skeleton of the roof, and then we finished the roof. Here is from another angle. The workers' house is two buildings, the main building and this smaller building. It was an old kitchen, but now we have bedrooms here down here. We do the external paved floor, plumbing and electricity supplies from the main building. And this is the Regat Hospital, the workers' house finished. It's a beauty. I mean, I think I like it. It also, you see, it's a traditional Mount Athos building. This is the well. I'll talk about a few things about the well. The well is, according to the tradition, Archangel Gabriel instructed the monks that if they dig at that place, they will find water. So this I have a picture of the well. This is Father Philoumenos. I don't know if you've seen the picture of Saint Philoumenos. So this is very similar from the Friar Jacob's well in the Holy Land. But the well was contaminated because we had the sewage water. I mean, we just used whatever was available for the bathrooms, and so by having now 4 or 5 people living there all the time, it was contaminated. For that reason, we built a new cesspool. So all sewage water went directed to it in order to clean it and use also the new workers' house and all the buildings. Sewage water was directed to this. This was the new, also we built up. So we finished the workers' house. Fathers went to live in the workers' house. So in the old building we have just the kitchen and the dining room and of course the church. But things were not stable. This is the St. Andrew's Kit. We had a heavy rain, and this is what happened. A landslide, extensive landslide took place, and you see the gap from the trees. It was a forest here also. And this is the result of this rainfall to the road leading to Axion Estin. So to Lubit. So I'm going just to give you an indication of what's happening in Mount Athos. So we had to support. We had to do a lot of work to support the mountain not falling down and creating problems to the new buildings. So we had to do some to open holes and to do some cement pillars in the basement of stone retaining walls for to keep the mountain from falling. So, and amid this mess, and this is a stone wall that we built behind the old, the new building that we are building now to support because here we have the mountain. And lots of rains, and it was dangerous. Also, there are some other places where we have built walls. This is a picture I found. There are other pictures that are missing. There are other places that are missing. I will not find pictures to show you. This is another one. And we also cleaned the surrounding area for future cultivation. We cut trees, we cleaned the place. Because as you saw in the beginning, it was a jungle. Also, we have a new heating system. It is in the old cell. It will cover the old cell, the church, and the workers' house. This new heating system. But there is a structural problem with the old cell. I mean, this could not go away. No. So we have very close cooperation with the Republic of Cyprus. Close cooperation. I mean, they are helping us now and then. Don't imagine something more than that. So in that, for that reason, they send us some engineers, you know, to research what's going on with the cell. The cell, in one corner of the old cell, the wall is down compared to the rest 60 centimeters. So it is they came to find out what was going on. So the conclusion of this, they made a paper which gave to the Republic of Cyprus. The conclusion is that the old cell, except for the church, is dangerous and that it can fall apart if certain external conditions may apply, such as earthquakes, ground retreat, the construction of the roof, because the roof is holding things together. And the walls were inclined, they're dangerous. So we had to, I mean, they said, I mean, don't go there, it's dangerous. I mean, if something goes wrong, people might die. This is what they said. So we had to do something immediate. I mean, although we have finished the workers' house, but still we were using the kitchen, we were using the dining room. Some guests were living, well, some of you have been living in the old cell. So let's see what's going on. I found a geological map. So these lines, each line, see here, the 100. These lines show the same height from the level of the sea. So this is the 300 meters line. So these small squares are the buildings of Axion Estin. This small square here. In front of the buildings, the lines spread. You see here, you see how narrow they are here, and how they, here, this one and this one. So this indicates that the Axion Estin is built on a landslide. I mean, the mountain on top of Axion Estin, sometime in the old times, it fell, and it made this small areas to cultivate, where we can cultivate things. But the fathers did not know that, so the fathers went here and they built the Axion Estin in the worst place they could. In the middle, I mean, also we did further research on that. So we did some exploratory drilling. We asked some professionals to come there and drill and find out what's happening. So we performed 4 drillings in order to see what's happening in the vicinity of Axion Estin. The first drilling took place in the pathway above Axion Estin. Oh, let's go back. We found rock at 8.5 meters below the ground. We found rock on the top of Axion Estin, at the foot here. The second was next to the church. This one was 14.5 meters, 6 meters lower. The third one was a little further, 8.5 meters, and the final one was here, 3.5 meters. So we'll see what happens. Axion Estin is a bit like that. I mean, the mud filled all of these things. So this is why I told you they built it the worst place they could. So what we actually have, and these are the earthquakes, recent earthquakes. I found pictures from the internet. The maximum was 4.6 Richter that took place, but there were lots of earthquakes. As a result of that, we have many cracks in the old building, and in the church also the temple has some cracks. They are not dangerous, but we have it. So the mixture is dangerous. A structurally deformed, dangerous building with ready to fall apart roof. Loose underground from old landslide with water underneath. I show you the pictures of the well. So under the mud, under this loose mud, we have water. So this is contaminated also from the cesspool. Heavy rain that causes new landslides and earthquakes. So it is really dangerous, and we had to do something about it. So we decided to build a new building that would support everyday activities. So we spotted this old, where the old buildings of Axion Estin were, because we would do something for the time being with the old cell. This is a picture of, this is the Philoumenos. There's other buildings. I mean, we have to clear all that and start building the new. We clear the ground. This is where it's going to be. This is rock. This is soft. So in order to have a useful something, we decided to make a basement to put all groceries, whatever we want to store, and in order to strengthen the floor, the ground floor would be not on a soft mud, but on top of cement. So it would be much structurally, it would be much stronger that way. So we made a hole here to put the basement. Here we put some cement to clear the area. And this is the structure of the basement. This is the mesh for the steel mesh for the ground floor. There's some pictures I found of the ground floor, of the basement, and the ground, the first floor. This is also another picture I found showing the second floor. This is the ground floor, this is the second floor, and this is another picture I found where we assembled on the top of the second floor where the roof was going to be. This is the new building. At that time we do not do it on ourselves. Thanks God we had some money. So we asked for an engineer, a construction engineer, to come with his team and build the cement skeleton of the building, so it would be much easier on ourselves to fill the walls and do all the rest of the stuff. So at this time it took us, it would take us less time to finish it. The separating walls is wood with plaster. It's going to be wood with plaster, and you see here the outer walls will be brick, insulation, and rock. Here we had the plumbing and electricity supplies, because we are going to move also all the generators and batteries, etc., from the old building, put somewhere else. So we have made these holes in order to direct the supplies. This is an internal view of the bedrooms. And this also supports the ceiling. It is strength, it is strong, but we further support it with this wood, piece of wood. This is a picture from the kitchen. Here is going to be the dining room on the left. Here, this place. The basement, the ground floor, we separate into one is the kitchen, the other would be the dining room. We're doing an extension of the dining room here and of the upper floor. Here you see, Father Luciano sent me that picture, it's recent. We have, as I told you, we have the brick, we have insulation, rock wool for insulation, and at the external we have rock. So it will look like this. This is how it's going to be. This is an architect's drawing. We hope to make it that way. This is another picture of how things are going to be. When this new building is finished, all activities from the old cell will move to the new building, and the old will be abandoned except for the church. So the next thing, we hope that by the end of this year we will finish this new building. All fathers will move, and all activities will move to the new building. And the next thing to have to save is the church. We have to do some pillars. We have to dig holes, find the rocks underneath, going 14.5 meters down to find the rocks in order to support the church, because we have to save the church. This is how far we can go today. The old cell. Somebody asked about the door of the archangel. The old cell. We don't know what. For the time being, we cannot go that far. That's how far we can go. So we have to support. We must save the church. We have to drill and fill with cement, and still a large number of cement pillars. Many. Every 30 centimeters we have to drill, and 14.5 meters down to make holes and fill it with cement and steel in order to support the church. The church, the way they were building the houses, they were throwing, they were wetting the area, and they started putting stones without base, with nothing underneath. So what happens is, as time goes by, the stones go down. You see this time. Those of you who have been to Axion Estin, in the church, you see something like that. Yeah, because the rocks are heavier, they're going further down, and then this happens. Now we have to, in order to construct a non-existing foundation, support the church building. And now I have one picture of the fathers. Those of you who have not been to. Here this is our elder Porphyrios. He has been here once. We've been together. This is Lucianos, the elder of Axion Estin, and Philoumenos with the icon of Axion Estin in this litania in the Monday, Good Monday. This is Father Cosmas, Father Isidore from Cyprus, Father Barnabas from Cyprus, Father Joseph, Yosef, Father Vasanoufios, that's me, Father Grigorios. Going through my old pictures, I found 2 pictures that I want to share with you. We have here Father Kalisos well, farewell, and ask to pray for us. The last time I came to England, he was here with the rest of you. Here is me entering the dining. It's the same place, as I guess it is? No, I don't think so. Okay. So thank you all for your patience to hear us today, for your help. Thank you, founder of Mount Athos, England, the new American branch that is going strong. Thank you for your continued support. God bless you all, and see you in Mount Athos.
work that's gone into the restoration of the cell. Slightly unfortunate news to report, which is that shortly after Father Philoumenos left us earlier, they had the biggest earthquake yet this morning. Sorry to report this to you, I know you don't know the data. 5.4, which is the strongest one they've had since the activity started 2 or 3 years ago. I have some horrible photos which remind me a bit of your early days, because obviously the old building that Father referred to is really in imminent danger, and it's not just the building, it's the church that's attached to the building that is the primary worry. Just to report that all the fathers are fine. So
the building is just new cracks.
It's new cracks, yeah. Yeah. There's some photos which were sent to you as well. But what strikes me about how everything happens at Axion Estin is that the fathers always smile. Their welcome is always warm, whatever happens. And that presentation, as I say, was very emotional. And obviously, we will do everything that we can to support the cell. Just for what it's worth, there is a small legacy in my will to the cell of Axion Estin. And if it's something that you would consider doing, I would recommend it. I just wanted to check, were there any questions?
Yes.
I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about the community amongst that you showed at the end. Obviously, you're very multi-skilled in carrying out this conservation work. If you need another skill, do monks from other monasteries come to help you?
They are willing, but they have. What happens with the monasteries? The monasteries, when they sell, because we sign a document, homologo it's called, like a contract, where they specify this is the elder, these are the fathers. Usually the monastery does not say. Our monastery says, okay, this is your cell. Do whatever you do, whatever you can with the cell. The monastery is helping, not helping directly, it helps with the funding, but you have to find your engineers, you have to find, you can ask the monastery, do you know anybody, but we do not have active help from the monastery, active help. We have support, but not have active help, so we have to find solutions on our own, most of the time. The fathers in Kapsala, they are very helpful, they are very willing. But they have their own selves to support, they have problems in their own buildings. So it's more or less we are on our own.
We probably have time just for one more question before we break for tea at 2:45. So is there one more question out there?
Well, I can ask another one.
Go on.
Do you have a problem with pests or rats, for example?
Thanks God we've got cats. Thanks God we've got. Because you can hear it in the on top of the plaster boards, you can hear no, all the time. They come into the kitchen. Thanks God we have got cats, and we raise lots of cats. So we have. I've built. By the way, we have 2 cells. We have another cell in where I am in Agios Vasilios. We are one brotherhood. So we have some chickens in the other cell, and we know to have fresh eggs. It took me about a year to get rid of. I was closing all the time. I was closing holes because they managed to find a hole, the rats to get into the kitchen. Now the building also same applies to the building. Many times they found mouses or rats inside the. We have to live with them. Thanks God there are cats. This is the answer. Yeah. Lots of cats. Yeah.
Father, thank you. It was a real privilege to listen to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Shall I start? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to preface this by saying, first of all...
Is the microphone on?
It is, yes. I should, as a word of preface, say, first of all, this is a film which is produced with the cooperation of the Collège de France, not, it's my fault, by the Académie française. The person behind this film is Dr. Sergey Shumylo, an extremely distinguished Athonite scholar whose birthday is tomorrow. He's only 49, and in his brief lifetime he's been able to write 10 books on Mount Athos, 100+ articles, and he's been all over Europe attending various conferences. He was a journalist to start off with, and then in 2013 he underwent a conversion, and he decided to devote his life to orthodoxy, to Mount Athos. And with the cooperation of Professor Anthony Emil Tachiaos of Thessaloniki, he founded the Athonite Institute of Athonite Heritage in the Ukraine, and he also, with the cooperation of Deacon Decifé of St. Panteleimon Monastery, ran a wonderful internet portal, Aphonite Info. Every week it produced marvelous articles in Russian on Mount Athos. He's also discovered extraordinary things on the Holy Mountain. He's discovered the monidrium of Chorny Vir, which people didn't know existed before. He discovered some little-known letters written by St. Paisi Velichkovsky, and his latest discovery is the Kelion, where St. Paisi Velichkovsky lived when he first came to Mount Athos and lived on his own as an anchorite. And finally, he also discovered documents about the Ukrainian elder Starets Ioan Vyshinsky, and thanks to his research, Ioan Vyshinsky was canonized in 2018. Unfortunately, Sergey Shumylo's life is tragic because of the war. He crossed over to northeast Romania with his wife and sick child on foot at the start of the war. He couldn't fight himself because he's very bad health, and indeed when he came to the West he fell ill 3 or 4 times and had to be hospitalized once. And anyway, he crossed over on foot into Romania with his family, somehow got to the outskirts of Paris, where he was offered lodgings, and I sponsored him to come to the United Kingdom, where by great fortune he was given a 2-year scholarship by the British Academy, and he has been from 2013 to this year in Exeter University. Now the tragedy is he the sponsorship has come to an end, and everything has come to an end for him. He doesn't know where to go. He probably can't go back to Romania, to his native country, and he simply doesn't know what the future has in store for him. But it's one of the tragedies of this war that somebody so talented and who's done so much for Athonite studies and discovered so much and has been accepted in many Greek monasteries, including the Skete of the prophet Elijah, where he was able to get to the library. I've not been able to get to the library myself because after the 1992, when the last of the Russian fathers were expelled from the Holy Mountain, the library was closed, but Sergey Shumylo got in and he made all sorts of discoveries and worked on the manuscripts there. So this achievements, his film about the Amalfian Benedictine monastery on the Holy Mountain.
Le Mont Athos, une république monastique orthodoxe située au cœur de la Grèce. Depuis plus de 1000 ans, des
break now. I'm sure we all hope that Sergey Shumylo will find a solution to this difficulties. Thank you, Nicholas, for telling us about it and for introducing it. It's a wonderful problem.
Great. Very good.
I know it was partly to celebrate the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. We wanted to show it. Shall we perhaps take 5 minutes break before the next session? Just to stretch our legs.
Not when you spent 300 years telling people that. You can't do it.
Good afternoon, friends. Here in Oxford, those separated by space on the screen and those separated by time will be watching on YouTube later. And I start by thanking our President, Dr. Graham Speake, for inviting me to recount our happy trip to North Macedonia last year. Now, I know that watching other people's holiday slides can be very boring, but I hope I can convey the interest, the friendship, the beauty of the churches and the frescoes that we saw, the beauty of the nature that we shared. Graham has said earlier on how important friendship is as part of us being friends of Mount Athos, not only with the monks on the Holy Mountain, but for ourselves, whether it's with path clearing, the Madingley Conference, the visit to St. John the Baptist, or here this afternoon, and the pilgrimage is an important part of that. Now, over the years, there has been a great change. Ruth and I first went on a pilgrimage in 2007, this one which was to Cappadocia, and as you can see, we had 2 coachloads of people on it. This time, it was much smaller. Most of our trips, we have been accompanied by Metropolitan Callistos. May his memory be eternal. And his presence made a great deal of difference. So there's been a great change. This time, we were a small group which fitted into one minibus. Ruth and I had stumbled into North Macedonia, or Fyrom as it was called, in 2004, and were overwhelmed by the art that we saw, by the welcome and hospitality, that we were very pleased that we were brought back in this thing. Now, there are big changes, as I've said. We're no longer a big group. There was not even a Greek priest with us this time. But the one constant thread through is Dimitri Economos. He has guided us, prepared, and I'm very grateful to him, and we are also. When Ruth and I were there in 2004, it was a time of economic difficulty. This is what Ohrid looked like then, falling down, the old shops. The city of Skopje had no big buildings around it. The riverbanks, you just walked down if you were wanting to fish. When we arrived last year, Skopje had been transformed. There were bridges over the river, there were grand buildings and statues around it. The old town hadn't altered very much, and here we met 1 or 2 of the group that we already knew in search of coffee and baklava, so we knew that we were all gathering together, which we did that evening in our hotel with a wonderful view looking over the city of Skopje. The following morning, we set off for the monastery of St. John Bydgoszcki. It's a wonderful place that has connections with Mount Athos. One of the reasons we haven't been here earlier, because there were questions over its place in the Orthodox Church, the Church of North Macedonia, and that, through the Ecumenical Patriarch, has now been largely resolved. There are still some discussions, but the igumen of here is a man, Bishop Parthenius, who after his theological training at St. Clement of Ochra Seminary in Skopje, went to the Gregorian Monastery on Mount Athos and lived there under the direction of Elder Georgius. And he has made a great work here in restoring the buildings. Most of the buildings are 18th or 19th century. Some more recent, because there was a great fire which destroyed some of the buildings in the early 21st century. But not only in buildings, he's attracted young men who've come as monks, some of whom have been now ordained as priests. And it's a very thriving, lively community. While we were there, the head of the Orthodox Church in Finland was there greeting. And it cares for all the country round about, and we can see in the hills in the distance there some villages where, although much of the population is Muslim, they go out and they minister and they have a developed metochion roundabout. Now, one other great change, I remember that pilgrimage in 2007, the food was not something that was terribly exciting. This time, I think we had very little ascesis in our journey, and this was our first light lunch just by the monastery, a cafe, a restaurant that was set up for it, and here we're enjoying really good. On to the next metochion, the St. John Bogorski Monastery was founded in 1020 by John de Boer, Archbishop of Ohrid, dedicated to St. John the Baptist. This one is dedicated to St. George. It has a wonderful presence again, but it's a female monastery. And there we joined in. We were there in time for Vespers. One of the community was celebrating her name day, and we enjoyed in that. We saw the animals around, the new buildings, but the women there are particularly known for their embroidery work, and especially for their making of mitres. And that's their speciality in there. You can see how splendid the new buildings are, and again, this is from the energy of the igumen. Some of the icon there, frescoes of St. George, to whom that is dedicated. We then moved on and came back to Lake Ohrid to arrive in the evening and to find the place where the Patriarch had his summer residence, and we saw the end of the day over Lake Ohrid. The following day, we went into the old town of Ohrid, a beautiful old Byzantine city, and then went up to the fortress of St. Samuel, and you can see that it was a very important place in Byzantine times, well fortified and an important economic centre as well as scholarly centre for that time. And you can see here, the weather was threatening, but it remained dry as we looked down from the parapets and got to the old cathedral. Now this is a reconstruction, they've rebuilt this, but they brought back the body of St. Clement here, and we were able to go in and venerate and to enjoy this wonderful cathedral by the lake. The ancient civilization exists, the amphitheatre, and then again one of these light lunches. We were overwhelmed by food all the time, but what was delightful is if you look out of the window, it's by the old cathedral of St. Sophia, and although under the Ottomans it had been converted to a mosque, they've now uncovered the fresco you can see there, which is there, and once again it is a place that is obvious as a cathedral. We then had a boat trip which took us out onto the lake and could see some of the churches that were around it, and this one is St. John Caneo, a wonderful, much photographed church, and we had a trip around. We didn't land at all because some of the churches on the lake shores can only be reached by boat. This one can be reached by foot, and we had an afternoon after that when we were free. Our hotel was by the lake but with beautiful gardens in, and some people used that time to go and explore the inside of that church and many other places. Again, our stomachs had no rest, for in the evening we had another feast with some local dancing, to which some of our groups were enticed to take part. The following day we set for the other end of the lake, and we were taken on a boat trip rowed round by local guides who explained not only the importance of it as a monastic centre, but the ecological importance of it and what they were doing to preserve that. And again, one of the things that we have on our trip, which is most enjoyable, is the conversations with the local guides and local people on our boat. That's not our boat, because I was taking a photograph of our companions. We had a lovely young man who was studying technology, but was most interested in the culture and history of his country. And this is the monastery of St. Naum, the great saint, and reminds us of how important this area was in the spread and development of Christianity, and also in Slavic culture as the Cyrillic alphabet was developed from the Glagolithic into what we now know as Cyrillic. And again, the source, the River Dreen, coming out into the lake. The monastery, by the way, was dedicated to the archangels Michael and Gabriel. It's still a religious community, but a very small one. I think I remember that there was only actually one monk dwelling on the site at the moment. The following day we set off and were introduced to some wonderful mosaics, which were from the 5th or the 6th century, a time when the emperor was Nestorian, and we could see that in some of the works in the mosaics. But what was interesting, it was introduced to us by a professor of a nearby university who was very passionate about the identity of his country, of the uniqueness of the language and the culture, and we learnt a lot from him. But as we went round that, we could see a civilization that was there and is alas no longer. And then time for a quiet moment in, that was called Heraclea Lynacestes, and then for a quiet time when we got to the city of Bitola, a quiet pause in St. Dimitri Church, a more modern church, this of 1813, but as you can see from the picture, with still wonderful wooden iconostasis. That's one of the special features of the churches of this area, carved wooden iconostasis. St. John Bogorski is famous for its, and we shall find others as we travel on. Let's have more food. We had a lunch break at a winery. It was billed on our itinerary as a wine tasting, but it ended up as a gourmet meal as well as having notes on the wines that are produced there. And those are available. The last people had adverts. I think this session should be allowed. Those are available through the Tikvesh wine company here in this country also. Saturday, I think, was the highlight of our church services, because we were very fortunate that it coincided with the arrival of the abbot of Hilandere, bringing the icon of the mother with 3 hands to the city of Skopje. There were queues to venerate the icon, and we were told that some people waited for 2 or 3 hours for the opportunity to venerate the icon. We were there for the liturgy. Father Hugh, who was about to go back to England to celebrate his 90th birthday, stood ramright upright all through the 2.5 hours of that liturgy. It was a great occasion, and we enjoyed that very much. And as you can see, the church was packed inside and outside. Religious life was there and functioning well. And then a wander around the city, and as you can see, they have had a plethora of monumental sculpture everywhere, and then into the old town again, so that we could wander amongst the craftsmen and the many, many restaurants that they'd set up there, and to go to one of the old churches, another St. Dimitri, where there had been a miracle in the uncovering of the icons, which we were able to see the fresco ones on the wall, and to spend time quietly there. Again, a remarkable iconostasis.
Slide.
One of the interesting things in Skopje is their public transport has taken our second-hand red buses, and they were everywhere. Saturday night we had, for some of us, a little bit of a cultural pause, for we went to the National Opera there. They had a performance of Nabucco. I can't remember exactly, but I think it was something like €7, wasn't it? Something like that. So it was a very splendid production, and we didn't feel that we had been impoverished by going there. The following morning, it being Sunday, we set off for the village of Stare Nagoricane. This again is a church with wonderful 14th century frescoes. Unfortunately, we arrived after the liturgy had finished. The church is dedicated to St. Prochorus, and near to the church was the cave where he had dwelt, and we went and saw that. We had a wonderful time looking around the church, feeling perhaps a little disappointed that we'd missed the congregation. But we enjoyed the wonderful work inside the church, and then a 21st century Prochorus arrived. The local father, the local priest arrived, and that's him and his wife in the green anorak, and they provided their own homemade rakia to cheer us up and to give a kickstart to Sunday morning. But it was lovely again, speaking with him and sharing with him. And there you can see Dimitri again having a very good breakfast there with two of our other pilgrims and Father Prochor. We then moved on to a little village, Kratova. It had been the centre of gold mining and tunnelling in the past. And again, one of the great things here was meeting local people, meeting bits that seemed quite off the beaten track. As you can see, not everything was in wonderful repair. Our guide told us that one of the problems is, although property is very, very inexpensive, the trust deeds are not available, and so you never know whether you've bought it or whether you haven't. But we had again another light lunch. This is their take on a pizza. But what was important was in this restaurant, underneath they had the tunnels which they not only stored their gold, but went through to keep the town connected. After our lunch break, another journey, and we set off to visit the Gabriel Lesovno monastery. Here, as you can see, it was a lovely Sunday afternoon. We mingled with the congregation for their service, joined in their service, had a special akathist to the saints there, and then came out and spoke to the priests afterwards. I have got photos of the frescoes inside because the service was going on, but not only were there beautiful frescoes, but the wooden iconostasis was from the same makers as at St. John de Gorski. That was indeed a wonderful thing, and there we are coming of the monastery at the end, surrounded by this beautiful countryside. The following day, we came back to Skopje, and we tried to visit the Church of the Holy Saviour, but it had been locked. Our guide, with his connections as an archaeologist, had found somebody who could open up, and we went inside. Another great wooden iconostasis with a 16th century church, but as you can see, it's built down. We had to go down steps to go into it because, as I'm sure you're aware, the Ottoman rules were that churches had to be lower than the mosques, and those rules were applicable when that church was built. But it was built as a church then. Then we had a journey, and a wonderful journey, into the mountains, to the Matka Canyon, where a hydroelectric dam had created a lake. And we took a boat to visit a cave, the Vrelo Cave, which required a lot of climbing up and then climbing down. And we saw the great inside of that. We were going to visit St Andrew's Church, but that was closed, so we then moved further into the canyon to the Matko Monastery. This, dedicated to the Dormition, it's a female monastery, and we saw the nuns there. Again, a wonderful church, sadly suffering because of the effect of the dam. The dam is now producing damp, and they're trying to conserve the frescoes and the church, which the new climate coming from the dam is causing problems. The nuns work there. As you can see, there's one of the nuns coming back from her work with the bees and the honey. But again, they were great. These are some of the frescoes that they're trying to preserve. And the nuns were great embroiderers. I very much regret I didn't bring that home with me. It's part of their work that they were on display in their shop there. Offered us wonderful hospitality, and again, part of our pilgrimage is this time when we can sit and talk with the local Christians, hear of their joys first most, and then of the challenges that they meet in their daily lives. Again, another lunch, a light lunch. Now, the status of this restaurant can be seen by the fact that when we arrived, there were security people all around it. And that's because there was a very important visitor who was being entertained by one of the government officials. They let us in, and as you can see, we were duly fortified. And then, what for me was one of the great highlights of the visit, Ruth and I had stumbled on this in 2004 in our ignorance, not knowing anything about this. And if you don't, I urge you to explore, research more about this place, because I think it's one of the places in Europe to visit. It's a village called Nerezi, where this church, the Church of St. Panteleimon, has some of the world-class frescoes, I think. This is on a hill overlooking the city of Skopje, and this fresco in particular, 100 years before the Italian emotionalism, which I think makes it one of the great pieces of Byzantine art. Look at Mary, the Mother of God, there, as she mourns over her beloved son. And then the taking down the deposition of the cross. And it was well looked after and well conserved. one of the great pieces of Western art to go and see. Now, as I say, that was a highlight for me, that church overlooking, with their wonderful frescoes, overlooking the city of Skopje. So after that, we returned to Skopje, again, the emperor here in his splendor overlooking the modern city, but also a reminder that there was a dark past. This is a memorial to the Holocaust because a lot of Jews were taken away and never returned, having been exterminated by the Nazis. That followed by Macedonia becoming part of Yugoslavia, being overrun or controlled by Tito and the communist regime, and the church had a great struggle. It's now come through that. One of the things that we do enjoy in a pilgrimage with FoMA is the guides, and we had a very good young man, Slobodan. He was a teacher who'd taken time off teaching to guide us, very sensitive about orthodoxy. He was himself a believer, joined in our pilgrimage wholeheartedly. Quite a contrast to our first one in 2007. We had a Turkish official guide who was trying to convert us to Islam all the time. This man was a wonderful guide for us and shared some of the concerns that he had as a young man with a family, of his country being under pressure, feeling forgotten by Western powers. We all felt that we'd had a great sense not only of the great history of the church, where Ohrid was the centre, not only for Greek, Bulgarian and other Slavic church leaders, had played such an important part in the history of the church, but also, and its production of icons. Again, I didn't mention it, but we did go into the icon monastery when we went into the old city, and some of those were friends because we'd seen them as they come to visit us here in London or New York or Paris or Thessaloniki, because they were such splendid examples of Byzantine art. But we also learned the importance of the church at the moment. And I think that's the thing that I want us to leave with. We had a visit to a church, to a country rather, that had a great Christian past. And it's for us that we should pray for the church there and for the country, that its historic Christian witness may continue. That, I think, is an image to keep in your minds in the days ahead. Thank you.
Memory of North Macedonia. I'm sure it makes all of us wish we had been with you on that pilgrimage. And thank you also for what you said about the tradition of pilgrimages, which has been so important in this society now for, as I said earlier, 23 years. And thank you to Dimitri as well for making it.
Thank you to Dimitri.
I feel we've taken in rather a lot visually today. Mine has been looking up all the time. If you feel like taking in something spiritually, you might think of attending Vespers, which is at 5:30 in about half an hour's time in Canterbury Road, just round the corner. You'd be made very welcome. But that's the end of our proceedings for today. So thank you all very much for coming. I hope you've enjoyed the day. Shall we thank all of our speakers for the contributions, the various contributions that they've made to our day.